Good morning, everyone. Barry Anderson here from Trade Ideas. Just a quick sound check. Want to make sure everything is good to go. I will be back in about 15 or 20 minutes. Okay. Thank you, PJ. Maybe somebody in our YouTube room could do the same thing if you just let me know, or later on when I come back. So I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. All right, everybody, I'm back. So, welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading rooms. I think somebody said in our YouTube room, Nitkema. I guess you guys can hear me. Both rooms, excellent. See my screen. Oh, what? Well, first of all, today is, of course, FOMC day plus the minutes. Okay, so 2 o'clock FOMC, and at 2:30 we got a presser. I don't think anybody's thinking interest rates are going anywhere today, but it's more about what is going to happen in the future. Okay, we got one of these nonsensical one, guys. No, CTNT is not up 18,000%. Unfortunately, our provider has not taken into account some kind of a massive reverse split. So what I'm going to do, just give me a moment here. Oh, there it is. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. I just have to do. Okay, that should disappear any moment now. The CTNT. Well, while we're waiting, SAGT has been a super active one already. 78%. If there's any new, looks like this was actually. Why is it taking this long? Just give me a moment. There we go. Okay, SAGT is looks like this is an earnings play. We don't have them having earnings until May the 6th, but looks like either a provider's wrong or they've decided to announce earlier. Okay. Yeah, I saw that an IPO from Ackman at $50. Okay, 100 million shares. Trying to raise a little bit of money. So there's a CAGET, guys. That is basically an earnings play today. Yeah, record revenue. Yeah, still losing money. EPS lost 11 cents. Sales of 3 point. I guess that's a record. William said that there's too many beat raises out there. So let's take a look at Hood is an earnings play. This is not a beat raise. Hood is an earnings play, guys. Getting clobbered here, down 12%. It's a pretty big move with 760 million in the float. That is a big move down for Hood, HOOD. Goes down beat Q1 results. Lower than expected Q1 financial results. Okay, that's a Hood, Robin Hood. Actually, there are quite a few earnings plays now, guys. Sophie, another one. I'm just looking at trying to pick off the ones that are a lot of following. Sophie, SOFI, down 10%. That's another big move, 1.25 billion in the float, things like that. So there's Sophie, SOFI on the way down. Not that this is a big name company, but Coco, the Vita Coco, okay. This is an earnings play, and it is up, 17%. So this hooks and hood, hooks and hood. These are ways to, if you thought, if you thought that Robinhood was going to continue down, you could, well, you would short this one. I guess there are shorts available. Yeah, I don't know what the long version of this is. See it up here, and maybe they don't have one. In other words, if you thought Robinhood was going to keep going down, you could buy the short version of this, but I don't see it up here, so maybe they don't have one. But these are the two long versions. So if you, okay, I'll rephrase it. If you thought Robinhood was going to rebound, these are two ways to play it. Who has more volume? Yeah, so HOOG has way more volume. So again, if you thought Robinhood was going to rebound at some point, you could buy this one. It's a two-timer. So Robinhood, the stock was up 1%. This is up 2%. But remember, the reverse is true also. Well, it's sort of an interesting press release today. They said that the SEC has dropped an investigation or announced the conclusion of SEC investigation, and with no enforcement action recommended by. I don't know this company at all. I don't know what they were being investigated for, but anyway, good news for them. Obviously, 33% up, 21 million. I'd be watching this one to see if it gets over that VWAP. Let's see, where could it go? Well, the problem is looking at the daily chart. Yeah, it would really have to take out, 118, 120 to get really going. We're not that far away from that. Because if it can do that, then the next highs are up here at 160 on the weekly chart, the WALD. Not a low float, not high, but obviously good news for this company. Yeah, you have to create a symbol list, FEZ. Okay. If you don't know how to do it, I won't be able to show you right away. If you know how to create a symbol list, you know how to do that? Oh, good. Okay. So create a symbol list. What I do, I mean, you can name it whatever you want. I call it excluded symbols. Okay. But you can call it whatever you want. So if you know how to, so you know how to create a symbol list. So put that stock in there, CTNT in there. And then I'm assuming you know how to move it. We go to, so of course, so you have to have that, your new symbol list has to be over here. You know how to move it over. Okay. I've got one, I call it excluded symbols. That's all I call it. I mean, it's, and then just make sure when you create it, just put CTNT in there, put it in there, in this, whatever you call that list. And then remember, this is a drop down, and then you just pick exclude the following list and check it. Okay. It might take 30 seconds to get rid of it, but it'll definitely go. Now, you may at some point want to bring it back, get it out of it. Who knows, maybe tomorrow. Turns into be a really active stock. And so you might want to just, if you want to jot it down, maybe tomorrow, maybe take it out of that excluded list, symbol list, or one of the excluded symbols in that list. Our provider's been pretty darn good. We rely on that other website, but I guess they didn't get it done in time to maintain the change the float and all that. TERG, TERG, is this another? No, it isn't. TERG. It's another. So it's a TERG. So this is another two-time long. BE, I cannot believe the price of BE. This is an earnings play today, I guess. I cannot believe it. I mean, I remember seeing Bloom Energy, I think, when it was in the 20s. So this is an earnings play today for BE. Believable. Let me take a look at a monthly chart. I want to see this monthly chart for it. I mean, yeah, $15. I mean, it's not that long ago, guys. Not that long ago. I mean, we're talking about less than 2 years ago. This was they call it a $10 stock. Well, even here, $20 stock back in 2025. It's hard to see less than a year ago. Less than a year ago, this was a $20 stock. Talking about Bloom Energy. Unbelievable. So a 10 bagger over a 10 bagger. Wow. Hmm. Car and earnings play today. CAR. Car is an earnings play. It is an earnings play today. The big meme stock of a few days ago. Yes. Your eyes are not deceiving here. That got up to $850 or so. Through the 200-day moving average now. Davis Budget says has no intention of issuing shares anywhere near current levels. Are you talking about it on a daily chart, Alex? If those would be, give me an example of one. Give me an example of one. What they would be, what they would be is previous AI alerts. Okay, okay. So give me an example. I can't. Well, yeah, I can't see one. So anyway, yeah, if you're seeing on a daily chart or a weekly chart or a monthly chart, you're seeing some buy and sell flags. That's because they were previous AI alerts. Okay, running through the lane. Tiva's also, I think Tiva's an earnings play. I'm just picking this one off because again, it's been a fairly active stock. Tiva is an earnings play. Yeah, so Tiva's an earnings play, guys, and so look what's happening to it. It's coming into the VWAP. So will it hold? Will the VWAP hold it? Act as support. Tiva's an earnings play to EVA. Big float, 1 billion in the float. So that's a pretty big move. It was a bigger move when it was up here at 35, but pretty big move. Less than a minute. Thank you, William. Oh, well, less than 2 seconds. Okay, guys, it sneaks up on me now. You know why? Because I don't have to change my layout. All right, guys. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And I have to remember to do this. All right. So again, today is FOMC day, guys. So 2 o'clock, there'll be minutes, and then at 2:30 we'll have a presser. Okay, so a presser with I guess it can be well, obviously it can be Cal's last one. So that is on store for today. SAGT is so it's way above the VWAP. The next high on a monthly chart, anyway, getting close actually, 335. Probably took that out in the pre-market. Actually, it did not. High got up to about 328. The high looking left on that monthly chart is about the same. And there's the okay. Now here's the CTNT, guys. Again, it's not up 15,000%. Okay, I've got to draw their attention. There's no news on it. It's a reverse. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's a reverse split, and unfortunately, our provider does not have the fact that it's a reverse split, so it's not up 15,000%. Okay, you have to divide that. I can't remember. We put in. I think the ratio. So okay, XTLB. Let's take a look at this one. XTLB. This is not an earnings plan. Okay, wow, a lot of volume, guys. XTLB is an agreement to acquire Stigo Bio through the 200-day moving average. Okay, through the 200-day moving average. Look at the relative volume, 74,000. That means it's trading 74,000 times what it would normally be trading by 9:33. Now that number will go down, of course, but 1.9 million in the float, 22 million have traded already. Well, there are a lot of pump and dumps, fan. All we try to do is trade them as we see them. That's all. I mean, that's all we do. Fever, guys. FVRR. Wow, it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Okay, Fiverr. Uh, FVRR. Popping here. It is an earnings play. Didn't really see this in the pre-market, but up 25% now. Israeli company. What do they do? Allows people to buy and sell digital services. Okay, so that is FVRR. All right. Well, there are a lot of shorts available for me for FVR. Excuse me, FVRR. The opening gambit for the spy right here, guys. So down bar on the opening 5 minute bar. Yeah, I saw that, Obi. It's a SPAC. I didn't really, I don't love the SPACs, but yeah, here it is, RDAC, 51%, a Rising Dragon acquisition. Well, Hood had a nice bounce, guys. Remember I was talking about how you could buy, what was it, HOOG? So Hood had a nice bounce. Just give me. Okay, guys, car was halted, then resumed, and this is an earnings play. Okay. Maybe the memers are back in it, guys. Here's car, big flop now. It's an earnings play. It's down 5%, but remember what happened not that long ago. Yeah, I mean, it got up to what, about $850 or so. An HTCO, which was a super active one a couple of days ago, got up to $55. Now it's really getting. So I think I asked you yesterday, William, what do you think? This is the next, this out of Singapore, next one to basically get down to $1. Hey guys, and today I'm going to try my best to keep an eye on the reentries of our AI. Okay, Maxwell Linear has been a super active one. Let's take a look at MXL. Wow, not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 23rd, so about a week ago, and great reaction to earnings and it's maintaining the gap. We're having a nice move now, MXL. Okay, so Maxwell Linear price raised to $75 from 17. Wow, must have been a long time ago. Loop had them as a $17 price target. It's been quite a long time ago. So they're updating it now to a $75. Well, TEVA's taking off, guys. TEVA. TEVA is taking off. Earnings play. Well, guys, HYPR on the move here. HYPR on the move. Now, on a monthly chart, certainly has room on the monthly chart. 222 weekly chart, so it's got some room. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Announces AIIMS New Delhi initiated clinical use of Swoop, whatever all this is. Okay, so it's a medical device company. Volume coming in. Actually, well, the volume is coming in. Not a ton of volume right now, a little less than 500,000. 24 times normal, and that's for the HYPR. But I'm going to wait to see if we get a reentry. So the reentry would be triggered at about 144. I'll put a price alert in that area. Okay, so I guess the memers have given up. Okay, so CAR now is halted on the way down. CAR halted on the way down. Wild one. 17 million in the float, and that's the reason why this can be so. I mean, $169 stock now with only 17 million in the float. It'll be very erratic. As we're talking about GCTK. So on a weekly chart, yeah, 166 has room on a weekly chart anyway. Is there any news on this one? Announced the publication of peer-reviewed article on glucose sensors. Okay, sensors. Okay, SAGT. SAGT. What does it pull back to? So keep an eye on this level, guys. Okay, SAGT. Keep an eye on the level right there. You can see that there's the VWAP, the purple line. Let's see if it gets a little closer, or maybe this is it, and maybe this is going to act as support. Okay, and that's for the SAGT. Okay, guys, keep an eye on Sophie. SOFI, the low last month, probably right around there. Actually, I'm wrong, 1494. So it does have actually this month's low also. So 616, what could happen if it did? Yeah, I mean, if it takes out 1585, on the way down. Then the next low looking left is down here at 1496. They call it 15. So there's room underneath. Okay, guys, SAGT, it looks like the VWAP is trying to hold it, SAGT. Okay, guys, could be interesting here. Lift is on the way down. It's interesting, maybe, because it's underneath the whole number, 14. What is that number there? 1383 is the next low looking left, and that uh, 13. To me, there's just, yeah, there's too many little areas it could stall on the way down, so I'm not as interested. If that were the next low looking left, 1289, I would probably be in this lift short, but unfortunately, there's some areas that could act as support that are not that far away. Okay, guys, Sophie underneath. That's the next low looking left on the daily chart is 1591, sorry, and then 1588. Two key areas. Let's see if it breaks through that. This is an earnings play today. SOFI is an earnings play today. Okay, guys, getting very close to the Sophie here, SOFI. Yeah, short. Yeah, I mean it looks well. Listen, don't. It has to make sense to you. But there's the low right there, 1591, and then that low right there is 1588. So it's right, it's trying to take out those lows, and then the next low is down here at 1493. Juice it down a little bit. Come on, Sophie. I don't want this to get over 16, of course. All right, guys, I took myself out of the sofa. I may reshort it, but I took myself out. I don't like the fact that it got over 16 again. So I'm going to put my price alert down here again at the 1586 mark and see if it takes it out later on. I had a little bit of profit in it when it got down to 1578, but I was looking for more. So Upstart down 8%. Okay, so trying to have a little bit of a rebound here. Upstart, UPST. Not an earnings play. UPST is not an earnings play that I can see. Guys, you're talking about the RDAC. Well, RDAC, if it's halted still, yeah, still halted at 935. So it looks like it'll be at least a 15-minute halt now. It's in one of these acquisition companies. Okay. CT&T actually had a little move off. Remember, this is a big reverse split. This is not up 17,000%. Okay. It's a big reverse split. Oh, man, look at the fever now. Thought about it, on the short of it. The FVRR didn't do it, unfortunately. Remember, these halts are they're 5 minutes long, but if it's not 5 minutes, then they're going to be multiples of five. So 10, 15, 20, etc. This has been halted quite a while now. So as somebody said, the next, if it's a 15-minute halt, just add 15 minutes to the 935 plus 23 seconds. So, well, now it's going to be at least a 20-minute halt. Okay. 935, and right now we're 953. So, 955 if it's a 20-minute halt plus 23 seconds. Okay, let's take a look at XTLB. Okay, look at the volume that's just coming in now, 2.64 million. That was on the 2-minute chart. Well, I'm just going to wait now for re-entries. I probably should have waited for a potential re-entry on the Sophie. I just liked it because it's earnings play, and it broke down through a level I thought might cause it to keep moving down. It may still happen later. All right, DSGN, just over the whole number, 15, over the VWAP. Design Therapeutics, let's see, any reason for this one being up? The ring partners are probably putting some kind of a price target, raising from 18 from 14. So, okay. Well, I'll keep an eye on this. You guys are in, if you're in this RDAC, well, it's not good. Going to be a longer halt now. Boy, this is a long one because it just, if it was going to be a 20-minute halt, it should have opened by now. So next level is 25. So just over $10. $10 at 10 o'clock. Sorry. Well, it just opened, so it was sort of a in betweener. So it opened, and good for you. If you're in this one, good for you because it popped. Now be careful, okay? But it popped. So you said you're in this one and you're trying to get out. So now it looks it could get halted again really quickly. So I'm not trying to tell you to sell it, but just be careful. It looks like it's going to get halted again. Why? Yeah, there you go. Now, mention the UPST guys when it was just over 31. Now, I'm sorry, just over 30 now. Coming into the VWAP, will that stall it? Okay. Yeah, usually they're almost bang on. 5 minute, like 5 minute multiples of five, I should say. Usually it's bang on, but yeah, little bit different. Well, this is why I have a stop, guys. I mean, I could have got stubborn about the Sophie and thought, you know what, I think it's going to come down again immediately. And yeah, so very manageable loss on the short. And now let's see what happens here. There's the VWAP up here. Sophie's an earnings play, SOFI. If I want to track the trends of each individual stock, can I do it? How? It depends what you mean by the trend. You're talking about like a daily trend, a weekly trend, a monthly trend, an intraday trend. And what do you mean by a trend? Talking to VJ in our YouTube room. I mean, right now, the trend for NTLA is down, okay, because of so, but still, you can use, I suppose you could use consecutive candles up or consecutive candles down, and depending on the time frame that you're looking at. But a lot of stocks that go up and they go down, up and down, up and down all day long. Hard to establish a real trend, but give me an idea of one that you would have liked to have followed that you thought was a good trend. Talking to VJ in our YouTube room. Where did the closed caption go? I don't know, Ali. I don't, unless you, uh, I've never, I didn't even know it existed until maybe 6 months ago. Somebody told me that it was on. I don't know. Must be an option somewhere. I just don't know where that is. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, you can try to use The TI wave. Okay. If you're looking at, I have the box checked. Yeah. Then I really can't help you. I have no idea why. If the box is checked and it's disappeared. I mean, here's NTLA, okay? You'll top up here, and then when you start to see, I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult because just because a trend changes doesn't, for a couple of bars doesn't mean it's going to continue down like this. I mean, it would be awesome if it were that easy. Okay, you can look at maybe what you're looking for is bouncers and toppers, or stocks that may have topped out and then starting to move down, or a reverse. I have a scan like that. You could take a look at it. Okay. I mean, you can take a look at it. Bouncers, toppers. So what it'll look for, it'll look for stocks that are in theory, okay, in theory overbought, and then you'll get an alert when there's the first little downturn. That doesn't mean though it's going to just keep moving down. Okay, it just means that you've been alerted to the fact that maybe a stock has gone a little parabolic on the way up, or a little parabolic on the way down. I'm talking to VJ in our YouTube room. You can try that. Okay, you can take a look at that and see the type of alerts that you're getting. You can always adjust it, of course, or a price range that you like. And so the reentry would be this. Okay, so for yeah, it'd be very close. Okay, it'd be halfway between 169 and 164 for the RDZN. Now, I have to say that the excuse me, the reentry for the cheaper stocks, I'm not as in love with. Uh, something like the Sophie. Yeah, look at Sophie now, you miserable. And the more expensive ones I find is a little bit better because some of these look how tight the stop is. You get in at 169 and the stop is at 164. That's a very tight stop. So yeah, halfway between, and we might get a reentry. You might see it right on the screen. Because what halfway is 5 cents, so I add 2.5 cents. So that's 166, 167, depending on what. Okay. It hasn't happened though. It hasn't happened yet. If Yeah, see, it went down again. So my guess is that 167 would probably be the trigger. But again, these cheap ones, when you have the stop is so close to the entry, I would rather son of a gun, that Sophie. I would see now it's moving down. Now, do I take it now? If you want to track stocks that you trade every day, you have to create a symbol list. Are you a subscriber, DJ, to Trade Ideas? You have to create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, and then you can track those stocks. How you want to do it, it's up to you, but you have to create a symbol list or a watch list. We call them symbol lists, and then you attach it to either a top list window or an alert window, and how you want to monitor it. Okay, so have you ever created a symbol list in Trade Ideas? I'm talking to VJ in our YouTube room. So when you say you did, then you created your symbol list. Okay, it sounds like you know how to do that. Then you know that to monitor your symbol list, you have to attach it either to a top list window that you create or an alert window. And how you're going to monitor it, of course, is going to be up to you. So I mean, if you're looking for but did you check my that bouncer stoppers just out of curiosity? Yeah, in Brokerage Plus, you can connect to real-time brokers. Yes, either E-Trade, Interactive Brokers, Alpaca, or TradeStation. Okay, those are the four. If you have a broker that is not one of those four, we don't do it. Okay, so if you have any broker other than Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, Alpaca, or TradeStation, if you have a broker that's not one of those four, you cannot connect to Brokerage Plus and trade from within Brokerage Plus. I understand you don't have to use Brokerage Plus, okay, to trade. People get the wrong idea that in order to use trade ideas, they have to have a broker that can interact with Brokers Plus. You don't need Brokers Plus in order to trade. Boy, Sophie. Hmm. Okay, guys, as I'm watching Sophie to see if it really can I trade real time in trade ideas or just a tool to track? Well, it's real time. Yeah, it's real time. Yes, everything is real time. You connect to your broker, those four brokers, or you use like I trade. I have interactive brokers. That's how I trade. Okay, so I click on Tools, External Linking. See how I am linked to interactive brokers. I'm not nothing to do with Brokers Plus. Okay, who's your broker? DJ. Well, we have a understand that you don't have to. Okay, Estrella, I think you asked sort of the same question yesterday. You got to understand that this is a short. It's a short, so you want the stock to go down. Okay, it's a short, so that's why it's showing a profit. Okay, I think you asked that question yesterday. The AI be showing a profit when it's below the entry price? But it's because it's a short. Okay, now maybe you don't have this column showing you that that's a short opportunity, but with Charles Schwab, I mean that's the old think or swim and all that. Here's a video on how to do it with Bank of America. I had no idea. Understand that we don't. In a moment, I think this video will explain how you can do it with Charles Schwab. Okay. All linking does is this. I mean, I linked to my Interactive Brokers account. All that's doing for me, well, I shouldn't say all. I mean, it's a tremendous savings for me, time savings. When I click on a symbol, it loads into my Interactive Brokers platform. You know, because I've established a link, tools, external linking. I've got a link. Okay, we link very well with Interactive Brokers. So with you would follow this, you know, add link. You have to watch. Well, Bank of America, I have no idea if we actually link with Bank of America. I really don't know. Understand that you know, most they don't care that whether we link with them or not. How many trades are you doing a day? You on average, VJ? Because you can always just type the symbol in. Okay. Trade Ideas is a scanner. Okay, that's the first thing. We are a scanner. You can use Trade Ideas with any platform you want, Bank of America or anything you want. It's just that we happen to have a nice tool called external linking that if we can link to like your broker, it's a time saver. Okay, it's a time saver. Trade Ideas is not a broker; it's a scanner. But we have a little tool that we can link to many brokers, which is just a time saver. So when I click on a symbol, like I'm clicking on DK, it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. If for some reason I could not establish a link, I'd have to type the symbol in. Okay, but we're a scanner. Okay, we're not a broker. Correct. Trade Ideas is not a broker. We are a scanner. We don't have instructions. The best thing you can try is it can be trial and error with Bank of America. Okay. Well, thank you, Pepe. If it's web-based, you can't link it. Only in the downloadable applications. But again, how many trades are you doing a day on average? I mean, because you just have to type the symbol in. Okay. Well, again, with Bank of America, you know, as Pepe is saying, if you're using the web-based version of it, if that's the only way you track it, I don't know if there's a downloadable application for Bank of America. But you say you have Schwab. Again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Anybody having trouble with the ticker symbol XTLB not showing up in any of the scanners pre-built? Well, you know, it's hard for me to know. It depends on what filters you're using. So XTLB, obviously it's trading a lot. Now it says, okay, here is the possibility. This is an Israeli stock, okay? Um, Tom V, in your alert window or your scanner or your top list window, however you're trying to track this, are you using the ETF hack that basically will not allow ETFs to come in? If you know what I'm talking about, if you know what I'm talking about, okay, you don't know. Okay, well, have you take okay if you check your alert window or top list window, just out of curiosity, if you right click on it and then click on configure, And just do a, I'm going to add this filter in, okay? Just see if this filter is there. Your earnings per share, okay? So do you have an EPS filter? Do you have an EPS filter in either your top list or your alert window that you're thinking, well, why isn't XTLB showing up? If you can do that, just, so you have to right click and right click in the window, okay, and configure and then summary, and it'll show you what filters are being used. Can you follow that? Because I used to do this, okay? Using the earnings per share filter was a way in which to not see ETFs. So you could put like a minimum of, plus 0.01 and minus 0.01, in the max. And what that would do, it's just sort of a hack in order to not see ETFs. The problem is that it would also block some foreign stocks from coming in. So you don't have it. Okay. So that's not the reason. It's hard for me to know then. Hard for me to know why an XLTB is not showing up. Depends. You'd have to come into the other room, okay? Because you can't put your link in. You can't put your link into the room, into YouTube. You'd have to come into the into what I call the main trading room, and then you can give me the link, and I can check to see what filters you're using. Maybe that's the reason. Are you using, for instance, this stock doesn't trade very much that often. It's having a huge day today. Are you using, say, an average? An average number of shares traded over the last 10 days or 5 days or 20 days? Depends on your trading style, VJ. When you say what channel do you recommend to choose to begin with and customize for an intraday trader? I mean, it depends on your trading style. I mean, you can look at a channel like this. You click on new and then dock channel bar, and explosive winners. I mean, that's going to show you. But I mean, there's a lot in here. I mean, there's a lot in here. But here's something that's changing in 5 minutes. UPXG. I mean, if you're new to trade, are you new to trading, VJ? Not just new to trade ideas. Well, Tom, if you can come into the main room. And then then I can take a look at it. You're new to trade ideas, okay? If you click on my homepage link, which I'm going to go over anyway in a bit. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit, trading room, okay? Here's the trading room. You can get in, it's free. Get into this room, and then you can give me your link. You can't post your link in YouTube. That's the problem. And then I can take a look at it. There's probably some filter that's blocking it. But it's impossible for me to know without seeing, what filters you're using. So here's some scans you can take a look at, VJ. Also, I've got scans. These are definitely for intraday. I have a momentum scan, a gap scanner, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. I've got a bunch of scans that I'm currently sharing that are, definitely for intraday trading, but it depends on your trading style also. But the explosive winners, that's another one from the channel. You could take a look at that. But there's just not one. There's just not one, okay, here's what you should use, case closed. Okay, actually, let me go over my homepage right now anyway. Wow, it's 10:20, fast morning so far. So I'm still watching this Sophie, see if it has a big collapse into the 1570s, guys. I might have to do a reshort of that. Okay. So clicking on my homepage link, okay, I put my homepage link in the YouTube room. So clicking on it, and this is what you're going to see. So I'm going to go over my homepage and first all the scans, etc. that I'm sharing. But right now at the top here, these promo codes are this promo code for Barry 30 and 25 Barry still alive. So if you wanted to take out a premium annual subscription, you could get 30% off, okay, using my code Barry 30. Thought it would expire last night, but I checked it this morning anyway, and it was still alive. Ah, the average 5-day filter. Yeah. Okay, good. I never use that. If you're Tom, if you're intraday trading, I would not use the average 5-day or 20-day or 10-day, whatever we've got. Okay. The problem with doing that is that some stock that hardly trades very much, and all of a sudden it's like the XDLB having an explosive day. You won't see it because on average it doesn't trade that much. Okay. So that's why I don't use the average filter at all as an intraday trader, because it could block something that's just having an explosive day that doesn't generate trade that much. So getting back to the subscription. So 30% off a premium annual. You can get 25% off the first month only, okay, of a premium subscription, first month only. And then in a standard, 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a standard subscription, okay? Remember now, I have to repeat it. Because so many almost hate emails, you know, how come you're charging me more the second month? You got to read, okay? These discounts on for 1 month, that's what they're good for 1 month only, first month only. So all I ask though is if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, please use one of my codes, whatever the code is. Of course, they're going to change from time to time. Why? Because I monitor 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room and this room here, data trading room. And the company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the room free. The room's free. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now and wondering what is this trading room all about, it's a free room also. A lot more interaction with traders in this room. So if you're looking for that, you can come into this room. Also, another added bonus, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're wanting to come into a room that is very active in the pre-market, you can come into this room right here. Now, I don't get on, now, and thank you to Obi for opening it up at 6:45. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. Obi's in the Boston area. So how about that pasta yesterday? Obi. Anyway, so Obi opens it up at 6:45. So I get on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15 for both rooms. I typically take off between 2 and 2:30. And after I leave, it's up to Obi if he wants to keep the room open after I leave. Okay. Also, if you keep scrolling down, if you click on my homepage link, keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And it's designed for longer term holds. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is up to you. Education. So if you're wondering about Trade Ideas, is this a good fit for you? Or if you've just taken out a subscription, click on the education link, more info, and right here, 12 short videos to get you started. This is mandatory if you're just starting out with Trade Ideas, okay? Mandatory. But again, if you're wondering about the program, what I would do is start off with that second video, go to the end. It should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try for at least a month. Monthly subscriptions can be canceled at any time. So, but before I would take out a subscription, you should take a look at this, okay? Make sure it's something you might want. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos if you are new to trading. Last, if you're looking for my scans, and they're not all scans. These are races and all. So, but information that I'm currently sharing. So click on my homepage link, middle section, custom scans. So here's the large cap race right here. This is a volatile race right here. You can see some big percentage moves, whereas you will not see as big. Doesn't mean these are bad, just means they're less volatile. If I were starting out trading, I would probably pay more attention to something like this. These things, yes, they can move up very quickly and they can move down very quickly. Upside versus downside movers is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Pulse resumes is here. Then I have 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them all up and running. I have a momentum scan, a gap scanner, FA combo scan, and I do have this one, the up down 25 cents. I do have this one up here on my other monitor. You can take a look at those scans. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, I'll do my best to answer them. If you have an accounting type question, I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to people who can. Okay. And I do appreciate questions. Why? I like questions. It keeps me interested, engaged. So hood. Okay, you're talking about the hood. I'm talking about the hood. 7049 gets him back in. Which is the well, that'd be lower than the low of the day, I guess. It would definitely be a new low. Yeah, so I wouldn't, it's sort of an advanced topic, VJ. If you're talking about adding it to the, you're talking about this channel bar and adding it up here as a channel. If you're new to this, I wouldn't do that right now. I mean, I don't. I mean, not that you shouldn't. What I would do is, you've got a top list window on your screen now. Probably has some charts, right? Then I would save the layout. Just save the layout. Save the best thing to do with trade ideas is if you create a new top list window or a new alert window, save it to the cloud. Okay. So let's just say let's just say you took this from my homepage. You wanted this one. Well, now it's on your screen. Right click and save or share to cloud. Save it into the cloud. Okay, because if you accidentally X that out, well, there's no problem. You just bring it back from the cloud. And so if you assemble a few alert windows and a couple of top list windows and some charts, how you want to see things, then save that to the cloud. Save the layout to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud, and you would click on entire layout and then give it a name, maybe VJ's layout, and then save it. Save it. Okay. Now it's in your cloud. Again, if you accidentally shut down trade ideas or accidentally shut things down, no problem. You just bring it back from the cloud. Now, if you have a layout that you think you're going to want to use most days, this is my layout all day. Okay. So when I exit trade ideas, file, and you always exit trade ideas at the end of the day. Do not leave trade ideas up and running all day, like all night. Okay, it can lead to some problems. So always exit trade ideas at the end of the day, and then load it fresh in the morning. And this, like at the very least, if you click on File and Exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout that you've got running the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then your layout is saved, everything is saved. And when you load trade ideas again, your layout will come back. Well, okay, this is an alert window. It could be a top list window. Right click and save or share to cloud. Okay. Save or share to cloud. And then down here, just save. Don't click on entire layout. You just want to save the one top list or whatever, the individual scan or okay. So imagine this was your top list window. Okay, so you right click, go down to here where it says save or share to cloud. Don't fill this in the entire. You're not going to want entire layout. Just say save. Yeah, I mean, if this were your if you go into your alert window or the top list window that you've got, and you want to change the name, you right click, configure, and you see, and then you click on summary, and then right here, window name, so you can give it another name if you want. Hood's getting well. Hood obviously triggered for you, William. Have you done those videos, VJ? Okay, if you looked at those videos, the 12 short videos, you probably don't have to do the login. Oh, welcome, Ahmed 425. If you have a question, you can ask questions, of course. Okay, guys, I'm back again. So here's that Hoog. Okay, and again, if you were looking to Hoog or HODU, what is trading more? Boy, it's got a lot of. There's at least 3 ETFs. So if you thought Hood was going to bounce like William is, you could buy this one. Okay, plenty of volume. This is an ETF, a 2-time ETF designed specifically for Hood. But remember, if Hood moves down 1%, this is going to move down 2%. It's a 2-time. Okay, now let me see. We have a re-entry for the TSLA. Let me see this one. So right now I wouldn't take it because it's right. It would have to take out the VWAP. Like the fact that it's very close to that whole number also, but so just because I get a re-entry doesn't mean I'm just going to pile into the trade. Also, the weekly, I'm not in love with this one on the re-entry from the AI or AI. No idea, Michael. We don't support the web-based version anymore. So I have no idea. I mean, stocks up in the last 15 minutes. I mean, I don't know. If there's an explosive winners, but we don't support the web-based version anymore, at all. But if you look at the channel bar, I mean, and if there is explosive winners, it still works, but we don't support it. Okay, so if you're looking at and you're saying, "Hey, wait a minute, it's not working the way I thought it would work," but if you, I don't even know in the channel bar. Look at dock channel bar. Okay, in the channel bar, if you see something, maybe explosive winners, so it still does in theory work. But what is going to mirror something that you'd have to check the channels? Okay, I don't know what channels are still available in that web-based version. This is a little earnings play, guys. The Porch Group. This is an earnings play. Uh, Maybe a little late, unfortunately. PRCH. The next high, man. I mean, on the monthly chart, of course, lots of room. What about on a weekly chart? That high right there is 1085. So if it takes 1085 out, yeah, I don't know. 1085 and then 11, I don't know. Probably not enough room for me. If the next high had been up here at 1614, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a price alert at the 1123 mark. See if it takes it out, maybe today, but maybe tomorrow. Because if it does, then it's got some room. This is an earnings play today. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is go over. I'm going to click on new from the channel bar, and then I'm going to click on dock channel bar and show more. I'm going to take a look at some of the major sectors and see what's happening. Okay. So I clicked on the sector status. Remember, if you're going to do something like this, make sure you click on new and make sure docked channel bar. Docked channel bar. I'm going to repeat it one more time. Docked channel bar, not the channel bar. Problem with the channel bar is that when you click on something from the channel bar, your layout will disappear. The dock channel bar, your layout will remain. See here, I've got the sector status channel up and running, and my layout is still running in the background. Okay, you click on something from the channel bar, your layout will disappear, and that's why. Still want to know why the company decides that they want to keep that channel bar there, because I think it causes confusion. But anyway, so here we're in the sector status. So what is this? What is this doing? So in this top list window right here, we're tracking some of the major sectors, not every single one of them, but certainly most of the major sectors. So there's SMH, the semis, up the most, 1.5%. While the market is starting to come back, it's actually gone positive. 63% red, that means that 63% of the sectors in here are down for the day. NLR, the worst one. NLR is a relatively new ETF designed for uranium and the nukes, nuclear stocks. Okay, so that's the worst one today, right now, as we speak. Now, we do have 12 of the major sectors that you can take a look at right here. So, for instance, here is energy. 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are up for the day. PSX up the most, 5.3%. It's also an earnings play. You can see over here, I'm going to my single stock window. I can just check quickly. This is an earnings play. So obviously PSX, Phillips has had a nice release. Market's liking it, but 10% of them are down. Let's go down to the bottom here. Not horrible. I mean, KMI is it's down 0.5% from yesterday's close. I don't know if it's an earnings play or not. So not that interesting. But look at PAG in retail, for instance. PAG in retail and Etsy. I can almost guarantee these are earnings plays. So PAG, yeah. Penske Automotive, so it's an earnings play. Big one, 11.5%. Etsy is up 10.7%, etc. Go down to the bottom here, and you can see the DoorDash is down 3.7%. Rob, it's not an earnings play, I guess. Tractor Supply, not an earnings play, but these are down for the day. Okay, so the exercise really, if you wanted to, you could look at this every day and take a look at some of the individual sectors and just track maybe the top stock and the worst stock. Maybe don't do them all, but take a couple of sectors that you might like and just take a look at the top stock in the sector versus the weakest stock. And say, look, I mean, BF.B down is just an earnings play. This is we've seen this one before. This Brown Foreman down 10%. I mean, for whatever reason. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I guess it would be a great trade. I have hood thumbnail, so I can see that it's making a nice bounce off 70. So that could be, some of you might look at this and go, you know what? This is how I'm going to use trade ideas. I'm going to go to this channel every day. Maybe take a look at a couple of the sectors that I want to follow all day long. Here are the financials. I mean, V is almost for sure. Visa is an earnings play. 76% of the stocks that make up the financials, XLF, are down for the day, but Visa, uh, almost guaranteed. Well, I'm wrong. Groupon or Global Payments is up for the day. What's the worst one? ACGL. Don't know these guys at all. Arch Capital. It's an earnings play, down 4%. So you can see how you can just take a look at this and say, okay, I'm going to follow this one all day long and this one all day long, and maybe try to figure out a way to trade them. Okay. Not saying to do this, but some of you might be looking at this going, that's something that could be my go-to use of trade ideas. So Estrella, you didn't have well, that's a lot of shares. I mean, you don't have to tell us how many, but did you have a stop? When did you buy Sophie Estrella? At 1885, not today, obviously, but when did you buy? Did you buy it yesterday? Could have, I guess. It was 1885 yesterday. Did you buy it yesterday? Well, okay, you're not answering, but one thing I never do, I never hold through earnings. Never, 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 never do I hold the stock through earnings because you just don't know. Even if you thought, oh man, I've been reading all about Sophie and how they're going to have great earnings or something to that effect. Okay, I never hold the stock through earnings. I don't care. I don't care what I read. Well, I don't read. Well, what would be your stop though? Okay, even if you have a long-term hold, you bought it 3 weeks ago. Um, where would you have got out if it's not working? I'm talking to Australia in our YouTube room. The day of. That's what I do. I mean, I play earnings. I mean, it's just I wait for earnings to be over. I mean, I do not take a stock through earnings ever, 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 ever. I don't care. Again, you can go, and William has that earnings whisper or uses it. I mean, it's free and all that. I don't care what it says, whether it says was a beat raise after hours. Well, I just don't take a stock through earnings. I'll let the earnings come out, and then I'll figure out if I want to trade. It's just, and why we focus on on earnings is because, these are the stocks, not so much a Sophie. I mean, Sophie is a very active stock all day long, but sometimes you get like a stock like Porch, okay, PRCH. It's an earnings play, right? Now, it's not followed that much. It's trading 3 million shares today. 15. That's 15 times normal up to this time of day. It doesn't trade that much, but the day it has earnings, these stocks. I mean, stocks have to have earnings every 3 months. Okay. And the day it has earnings is usually a day in which it can explode either up or down. So remember, yeah, Intella had the NTLA was a reentry alert from our AI, but I didn't like it just because, I mean, I talk about this a lot, but just because we get a reentry, remember I said I would only wait for the reentries. It doesn't mean, automatically I take the trade. Remember, I looked at, at NTLA, I didn't like it because I thought it had too much potential support. Not that, remember, because this was a potential short, but I didn't like it as opposed to the one from yesterday that was awesome. The eras, sorry, I just remember what one that was. And the eras, ERAS, which was awesome. What's it doing today? All right, guys, it is 10:48. So pretty sure it's going to happen, but I'm going to just check to see whether or not Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, is going to start his YouTube stream at noon Eastern time. He's been doing that for quite a while now. And that's on Wednesdays between 12 and 1. The CEO of Trade Ideas has a YouTube. He doesn't take over my stream in YouTube. He creates his own. He's going to confirm that he's going to be doing it. The chance to ask the CEO questions. Remember the SAG-G earlier today, pre-market? It would look awesome. That's awesome looking now, is it? It was not shortable for me. Not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. This is just the VWAP. Okay, that's just the VWAP. Gus. There's no settings. It's just you just add the indicator to the chart. That so it's just a matter of right click, indicators, and here are all the indicators we've got. Now it depends on what depends if you're using our legacy charts or these are the browser charts. Okay, so if you're using the browser charts, and you'll know if you are, if you right click and you have used browser interface check, and you're using the browser interface charts. Okay, because that's how you get the wave. That's how you get the TI wave. Okay. I mean the VWAP. So it depends. If you're not using the browser interface charts, then if you right click indicators, the menu is just going to look a little bit different. That's all. I mean, it's the same. Get the same indicators. Okay, but Now, if I right click again in this browser interface chart, I click on indicators, I move down, and here's the VWAP, okay? And here's how you can add it. Okay, so if you want to add the wave, I hope this is going to work. So first thing is when you right click on your chart, is use browser interface checked. Okay? If it is not checked, check it. I'm going to wait for you to tell me whether it's checked or not. If it's checked, don't click on it because you'll uncheck it. So if it's not checked, then okay. So it's checked. Checked. Yes. I'm assuming got it means it's checked. Okay. Next step. Hopefully you see these icons at the top of your chart. See where I'm pointing at an anchor right here? Okay. Do you see these icons at the top of the chart? See, I have an anchor. I'm pointing at the anchor. I'm sure hoping you're going to say yes. Oh, good. Okay. To the left of that it's an indicator icon. So if you click on it, okay, this pops up. Okay. See, it says trade wave at the top. A little box pops up. If you click on it, your wave will appear. It's a toggle on and off. That's why my wave disappeared. So if I click on it again, trade wave, it'll come back. Okay. Now you've got the wave. And you can put it on all your time frames, whatever time frames you want. I don't use it on the daily, weekly, and monthly. Now, if you want to find a little bit more about the TI wave, then what I would do is this. Click on New from the toolbar. And then click on Docked Channel Bar. Docked Channel Bar. You see where it says Ripster Rippers? Click on that channel. And a video will pop up. Now, if you don't see it, like it popped up, obviously see it. Sometimes the video will pop up in behind the channel. And some people say, I don't see the video. They hear it, but they don't see it. So it could be stuck in behind the channel. If you have multiple monitors, it could have popped on another monitor. But anyway, hopefully you can find the video. And this is about 5 minutes long, and it goes over the concept, okay? Okay? And then these are some scans. I don't use them at all, but that's the concept of the wave, GTI wave. I'm not sure if you guys hear this enough, but you and your team has made a great product. Oh, we can never hear that enough, 2 bucks. That's from our YouTube room. Thank you. All right, guys. So I think I'm caught up to all the questions. If I haven't answered, just maybe repost or something. I'll get to it. Well, last time I looked at Porsche, I was thinking about going long, and I'm glad I didn't. Now, look, it's broken down through the VWAP, that purple line on my chart. So other than the Sophie short that did not work out for me, that's it for I haven't been able to concentrate on doing anything else yet. maybe a bounce for NTLA. I mean, it got through the VWAP, the purple line, and maybe that'll hold it again, act as support. Maybe it'll bounce again. I know it's a short from the AI. I don't really care. You know, I use the AI like a watch list. And so if something comes in, just because it's telling me, it's suggesting that I go short this, you know, I might look at this and go, oh, I don't agree, but I'm glad you alerted me to the fact that, because I wouldn't have seen this one at all. So I can figure out a way to trade it. But, you know, we'll have to see. Will that VWAP hold it? Sure it is. I'm sure Intel is doing excellently. I haven't, it's not showing up on any of my scanners, but so Etsy is an earnings play, guys, and you know, it's been fairly, I mean, only one pullback. It's been basically straight up. Give me a moment, please. Okay, I just, yeah, confirmation. So Dan Merkin, the CEO from Trade Ideas, will start a YouTube stream in about an hour from now at noon Eastern. Okay. As always, your opportunity to ask him questions. I'm sure he's going to go over the money machine and all that, but your opportunity to ask him questions. Wow, the AKAN. What a trader. This was, you know, when the cannabis plays were going crazy a few days ago. They're not going crazy now, but this one, this one is still going crazy. Okay, this is an earnings play, this MX. Now, I don't normally short stocks as cheap, but let's take a look at this. There's the 200-day moving average, right around 3. Hmm. The weekly low is, right around 3 again. So again, with the CEO of Trade Ideas starting his YouTube stream at noon Eastern time, keep asking him, when can we have a scan that's going to show us on our own scans when a sell flag shows up or a buy flag shows up on our own scans? I'm sure he's tired of hearing it, but that's what people seem to want. And he might just say, "Oh, soon." I don't know what he's going to say. I don't know if he answers. That's one, and then the other one is in the long term, Holly. Why can't we have an alert when a stock shows up in it? I would ask those two questions. Oh, and other questions you may have, of course. Moderna, guys, mRNA. Now, this could be interesting. This is a breakthrough 45, the whole number. The next low looking left is 42, around 42. A lot of room. A lot of room for Moderna to keep moving down if it wants to. You're gonna, yeah. Now that's funny, William. Just a moment. All right, guys. So I'm in a Moderna short, okay? And now it gets back up to 45. I'll get out. But mRNA, okay, just watching. And again, the next low looking left on the weekly chart anyway. I'm not saying it's going to get here, but it's got room on the weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, I don't usually look at SPACs, but this RDAC, pretty awesome, Monica. Okay, guys, this is another one that I really hadn't paid too much attention to. I guess I should have. EUDA. This is one that really got kickstarted a few days ago, and it's a low float, 1.64 million. It's Singaporean stock. Any news today? Probably not. Okay, while I'm waiting to see if Moderna has a nice collapse for me, I'm going to go over this race right here and the concept of racing. Okay, what you're seeing and why, how I think it's, if you're starting out, even if you're a seasoned trader, this is a great way to establish a watch list for you. You can see there's 10 stocks in here, 10 stocks in here. Don't, I wouldn't have both races necessarily up and running, but here's a watch list that you can just watch all day long. So before I do that, I just want to direct you to my home page. Oh, I can't tell you what brokers, Prez. I can only tell you my broker, of course. That's Interactive Brokers. I couldn't tell you other brokers. That's how Interactive Brokers shows it. And it's so obvious. Here's your stock, here's your halt price, and here's the potential open. Other brokers, I have no idea. Okay. I'm sure there must be a way, but I couldn't tell you which ones or how, not having used any of the other brokers. So, okay. So on my homepage, scroll down a little bit until you get to the education section. Click on the more info. And at the top here is our user guide. Click on the user guide. And here's a whole section on TI stock racing right here. Okay. TI stock racing. Yeah. Trade station. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back again. So I just yeah, so there's a whole section in our user guide about TI stock racing. Okay, so what I'm going to go over here, it is a great reference for you. I just want to show you the concept of stock racing or stock. Well, yeah, stock racing. So I'm running a 4-minute race. You can pick whatever time frame you want. I'm running a 4-minute race. There's nothing magic about it. That's what I picked. You can run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, whatever time frame you want. Okay. So what does that mean, the 3%? Since the race started a minute ago, this stock has moved the most percentage-wise. That's what the 3% means, okay? Now, doesn't mean this is gonna now it's like any other race. At the end of the race, at the end of 4 minutes, there will be a winner. Doesn't mean this UBXG is gonna maintain its lead, but right now it's up 3.8%, okay? What happens is automatically a top 10 list is created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Now, I start running my race in the pre-market. I don't have a link for this particular layout. Okay. What I do is you can pick and choose what you might want. Okay. I'm talking to Modi Bill. So let me just show him the link. Oh, Moderna. Thank you. I'm talking to Modi Bill in our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, scroll down until you see the scan section, view the scans. This is what I'm currently now. You can have this large cap race is up here. This volatile race that I'm talking about is over here. Upside versus downside movers is here. And this is the halt resume. So you can pick and choose what you want. And I also have others. Market active up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Okay. And I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing, a momentum scan, a gap scanner, what I call the Pepe combo scan, and then the up down 25 minutes from William. Okay, so I've got a bunch of scans that I'm currently sharing. The reason I don't create moment there, guys. The reason I don't create a layout is because not everybody wants everything that's in the layout. So, a la carte, you can choose what you might like. So again, the race. So UBXG is still leading. Okay, so if you see a stock that's leading, it's up 11% since the race started. Okay, so you click on it, see what's happening. You can see the move. You can see this move. Okay, and so if if you have any trading experience at all, now I wouldn't take this now because it's too extended. But what if it had just broke over the VWAP and you'd seen it? Okay, and and you said, you know what, I like it. It just broke through the VWAP. I'm going to take the trade. I mean, this is up to you, of course. I'm not ever saying you should take this trade right now or anything like that. But I mean, but you can see what's happened. It's leading the race. A lot of attention on it right now. Okay. Here's the ACAN. We talked about that one earlier, and it just won the race. And so before it had won run race, now that one changed to two. That's what the numbers beside the race mean. And I open two personalized scanners at the same time. Depends what you mean by personalized scanners. Are you talking about two layouts? Two layouts at the same time? So I mean, a scanner is just an alert window, okay? Um, no. Okay, I'm going to say no. Pepe, and please don't say yes. Because it involves pinning and all that stuff, and it gets into you get into problems. So the answer is no. Why would you want to have two at the same time, though? Just out of curiosity. How different are they? That's right. That's what happens. You can only have one layout open at the same time. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, back to the racing. So here's now RDAC. Okay, so RDAC is leading this race, 16%. So bottom line is this: if you see something leading a race, click on it. I mean, just see what's happening. Come on, Moderna, don't tell me I had a nice little gain in it. Okay, I got a little greedy though, perhaps. Okay, so click on it, see what's happening. But if you see anything in this list, click on it, see what's happening. You have no, until you click on it, you won't know, what it looks like on your charts. If a stock has won a race before, anything in here, click on it, see what's happening. It might be setting up for you, maybe your trading style. Here's GCTK, for instance. What if it had been just over the VWAP here, that purple line? What if we clicked on it and was just sort of hugging the VWAP? You might have looked at that and go, looks like the VWAP is going to try to hold it, act as support. Maybe you take the trade. I mean, it's up to you, of course. So that's how I would use this. You don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on a symbol. So why are these stocks showing up? And it's very different stocks in these two races. Why are these stocks showing up here? I right click in the body of the race, menu pops up, one of the options, open the top list. So all races start from a top list window. I right click in this top list window. Notice it says I have an option that says launch real-time stock race. Okay. Why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? And if I right click on it and click on configure, this is what I'm looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares are traded, at least at 2%, up 2% from yesterday's close, it's going to show up in that list of stocks. Okay? So that's why these stocks are showing up here. Number one, you can create your own top list window with your own set of filters. To see the stocks you want to see. If you want a different price range or so a top list window can still be used in this fashion. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as you have the column header, which I do, change from yesterday's close, that's what that C% means. I can, if I double left click on it, I can sort. So right now, our DAC is up 218% from yesterday's close. And, UBXG 30%, etc., all the way down here. Change from the open. If I double left click, our deck is leading also. That's the change from its opening trade of the day, 126%. So you can sort on any column header that you have. It'll show me the stocks that are down the most today. I would have to change the filters. But that's a classic use of a top list window. Show me the stocks that are up the most today, down the most today, up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes, et cetera, et cetera. So how the race works is this. The race does not care about where a stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. Okay? That's all it cares about. So here's Peloton down here, it's up 5%, but what if for whatever reason Peloton, was up 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list? How would you know? The race would pick that up, number one. Now, granted, because a stock like RDAC is trading 903 times normal volume, okay, up to this time of day, XTLB 3,600, you're going to see these stocks probably all day long near the top of the races, because these are stocks that are being followed all over the world. Okay. And it doesn't mean that just because the stock, RDAC, when we first started seeing this one, it was what, $8, $9. Just because the stock is up 240% doesn't mean that by the end of the day, it could be up 400%. Okay. A lot of people just discount these ones that are already moved because, well, how much more can it move? Believe me, they can keep moving. But that's the beauty of the race, though. The race doesn't care where it is, where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about what stock is moving the most percentage-wise in this list of stocks. Okay? So that's number one. So that's it. So you can create your own top list window and run your race based on. You can also run a race based on maybe symbols that you follow every day. Some people maybe have a basket of stocks that they like to track every single day. 15 or 20 stocks. You can create what we call a symbol list, and then in the configure a symbol list, and you have to move it. If you create it from scratch, then it'll be in this list here. And you left click on it to get it over here, and then you just say only the following lists. Okay, this is so weird, Pepe. Every single day, these are checked, no matter what I do. So strange. But anyway, then you would just check it, whatever you name your symbol list, you check it, and then it will only follow those stocks. And then you can run a race just based on those stocks. Now, this race, very different. Just knocked me out. Well, I got a little greedy on the Moderna. Luckily, I got out before it hit got over 45, but so this race is very different. If I right click on this top list window or right click in the race, look how few stocks there are. Why? I have some filters in here that are preventing a lot of stocks from showing up, which is what I want. Okay. Now, this is not a static list, just like this is not a static list in here. And what I mean by that is stocks will come in and out of this list all day long, depending on whether or not they meet the filter requirements or stop meeting the filter requirements. So on this particular list or top list window, I click on the configure here. These three filters are what really stop a lot of stocks from showing up. Okay. This is the position in the day's range. Here are the numbers I'm using. So the position in the day's range, I've got 95 here. What that means, if I had 100 here, that would mean the stock is basically right at the high of the day. Okay. 95 means the stock is going to be very close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Market cap has to be at least 500 million. And I think up here, the float has to be at least 50 million. Those three filters, those three filters are not here. So that's why, I'm not, that's why this is restricting the number of stocks. But that's what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see, but that's what I want to see. And look, now those other stocks that were here, they've dropped out because they're not meeting all the filter requirements anymore. Could be because they're not in that 95, and maybe they dropped below. Now they're coming back. But this race here is a lot less volatile than this race. Okay. You're not going to see stocks that are, you know, almost never, up 10, 12% in the race because of the market cap and the float and all that. I guess I'm going to get into scalp mode today, guys. I mean, that Moderna was very good for me until it wasn't. And now RDAC halted on the way up again. Oh, halted on the way down. So RDAC halted on the way down. All right, let's take a look at SAGT. Maybe it's making a little crawl here, okay? It's starting to turn around a little bit here. There's a lot of room. There's the VWAP, 265, so it's got some room to the VWAP. Okay, guys, wow, 11:23 has been a fast morning for me. A lot of questions, which is great. I love the questions. So the Sky Q is active today. I used to have that one thumbnailed all the time, but I just turned out to be kind of a miserable looking one. But yeah, it's up 15% today. Low float. Hit a high of almost 20 a few days ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago. Man, I should have flipped the script on the Moderna. That was a nice, a great bounce. Well, were you talking about BIPC earlier about as an earnings play and was it beat raise or something? Or maybe it wasn't this one, BIPC. I guess it couldn't have been. It's down 12%. Well, okay, Australia, I'm reading. I mean, if you've got too many stocks populating, then just, like, why not just tighten up your filters? Why would you want to see something that has so many stocks populating? Just tighten up your filters on that layout, so you don't have to have two layouts. Looking at another layout that doesn't have as many, just tighten up the filters on the layout that's giving you or a scan that's giving you too many alerts. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. That's what I would do anyway. If you got a scan that's giving you like so many alerts, just tighten the filters up. Either add more volume or probably, take a look at the relative volume and up it so you're not getting as many. So you don't have to have two scans. Boy, this AKAN guys, I mean, what was yesterday's high? Way up there, almost $30, 29.66. And it closed down here. I mean, that was a big pullback. I mean, from 29 and it closed down here at 17. So yes, it's up. It is up from yesterday's close, but boy, that was a big pullback. So it broke through the VWAP there, 21.24. All right, guys. What about this one? Just chopping around the VWAP. Okay, it's showing up on something else that I've got. Oh man, look at the Moderna. What a bounce! I mean, that was that's almost a dollar, 44.60 to 45.60. Wow. So your relative volume of 1.5, I would up that. If you're getting too many alerts, the other thing too, Estrella, is that if you're looking just to trade intraday, I mean, I'm sort of contradicting myself a little bit, but the average daily volume, I would, 500,000. You may miss stocks that are really moving that don't trade that are having it sorted day to day. You can leave it in there, but I would up the relative volume. At 1.5 is not that high. Probably if you up the relative volume, and you just have to experiment. Okay, I can't tell you. Well, you should do. Put it at 4 or 5 or 10, or experiment with the relative volume filter. Keep upping it till you're not getting as many alerts. It's probably the most powerful filter that we've got. Talking to Estrella in the YouTube room, and you have to. And this is for everybody. Okay, by upping your by making filters like here. Okay, here my filters are so tight. That's why I'm not getting too many alerts in here. Okay, or too many stocks showing up. So some might say, well, why don't you relax the filters and you're getting it more? You're right, but maybe I don't want to see more necessarily. I'm trying to zero in on just. And so, will I miss something that actually made a great move? Sure, but for that one that made a great move, there could be 10 others that didn't. And how am I going to necessarily zero in on that one? So you just have to sort of, it's a mindset, okay? You can't catch everything. 1.8 though is not a lot, Estrella. That, I mean, it's just not that much. If you're really trying to reduce the number of alerts that you're getting, I would probably try to use at least 3 or 4 just to see, reduce the number of alerts you're getting. I mean, moving it from 1.5 to 1.8 is not going to make that much of a difference, I don't think. And again, I'm talking to Estrella in the YouTube room. But you know what? Do it. Put it 1.8 and just see if you're getting. That's all you needed to do. So I would ditch the concept of trying to have 2 layouts. I would just stick with your one layout and try to reduce and get it to what I would like whatever you consider is a manageable number of alerts. Okay, this is on the way down, I guess. RDAC, actually not. It will move down, but have they actually indicated who they're going to be merging with? I mean, this is maybe they did over here because it started getting very active. RDAC. Remember what these guys do? Not these guys, but these SPACs. What they do is they create this what we call a SPAC. Investors put a bunch of money into it, and then what they're looking for down the road is to find a company that's usually a private company that they're going to merge with, basically taking it public. It's a sort of a quicker way instead of going through the usual IPO merry-go-round. Okay, a little controversial, but it's been this has been almost 10 years now of SPAC. Not quite, but almost 10 years of these companies that call blank check companies, and they go out looking for some company that's private, and private. Now I'd be trying to maybe do something in the either the crypto or EVs or AI or something that has some juice to it. Maybe not EVs, but something that hey, we're merging with this company. We're going to take it public, and it's in the AI. It's an AI type company. Ah, son of a! How many bad words can I string? I was trying to get the AKAN, and it just flew on me. I was going to take a little shot, a few shares. Oh man, I'm looking at. I was trying to get it around 22.40. Yeah, sure. Okay. So on my homepage, Ahmed, you can go here, click on my homepage link, and scroll down until you see the education section right here. Okay. Click on the more info. And then right here, getting started with trade ideas. It's 12 videos actually, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. Okay? That's the first thing a person should do if they've just taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay? So it's right here. Boy, that would have been a nice treat. Oh well. Oh well, on to the next one. Let's take a look at some of these. How's the Tiva doing? The Tiva is yeah, just not too interesting for me right now. I'm only going to look at this one more time. AKAN. Okay. Well, I would have been out of it, no question, but you never know. Later on in the day, if it takes out that high, later on in the day, it may have another run. Because what traders are looking at, of course, are or is that high of yesterday already. So that YouTube link is out already. You're talking about Dan's. It is 11:37, right? Okay. Maybe he's going to have a long one today. Okay. Okay, guys. So thank you, Pepe. So Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, is going to start I usually say at noon, but maybe he's going to start it a little bit earlier. Pepe has popped the link in. I'm going to copy it myself. Okay. Okay. And now I'm going to put it in now for YouTubers. He's going to start his own YouTube stream. Okay. So I'm going to there's the link for it. And I'm just going to put the announcement above. Link is okay. So the above link. So if you're in YouTube right now, there's the link. And I don't think he's not talking yet, but he might start early then because normally he starts around 5 to 12, but normally that link is not available that early. Okay. Now look at Moderna. Wow, what a drop! Isn't it for how many shares in that float for Moderna? I mean, I thought it might have had a billion, but 361 million shares is trading like a sort of like a penny stock now. Some big moves. So what I might do, guys, because I don't want to compete with Dan necessarily, is I might whenever he starts, I'm going to take my break, but he hasn't started yet. I actually don't remember that. Was that obviously back in the COVID days, I guess. Yeah. I mean, here's at 400. So yeah, how's Pfizer doing? Okay, you know these stocks typically kind of trade the same. Is Pfizer doing the same thing? Is it down? Yeah, so Pfizer is down. PFE. You know, look at it. I mean, talk about a VWAP play. So you can see you could have taken it here, and as it challenged the VWAP, you know, see if it was going to really break above it. It did a little bit, and then it broke down below it. You'd be out of the trade, and then maybe you turn around and short it. Well, he couldn't have been too happy, Steve Weissman. Okay, this is not trading 101, guys. Believe me, not trading 101 with the AKAN. Okay, this is turned into a bit of a scalp trade for me. I've taken some off. Again, not trading 101. I was ticked off. I missed it the first time. You saw what it did. It took out that high, and I was kind of hoping it would happen later on in the day, but it basically got back my losses on my two shorts. But again, when I say not trading 101, you know, it's a complete gamble, risk, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I had my, you know, I was going to get out if it dropped down below 24, believe me. But my scans, I don't typically trade those stocks. Okay, large stocks like that, Camilla, because you know, I mean, Tesla. I mean, plenty of people in the room do trade Tesla. Okay. But for me, you know, Tesla's not having a big range day, but it's only like 0.89%. NVIDIA probably is the same sort of thing, unless they have earnings or something like that, like 1%. See, for me, I'm looking for stocks that have bigger moves. So that's why I don't typically, you know, I'm not looking at the NVIDIAs. I also don't trade this price range. But you can create a scan if you want that will just, you know, track large cap stocks. But I don't. But there are people in the room that trade options with NVIDIA or Tesla. It's just not my price range that I like to trade. That's all. Yeah, as William says, you can trade options. I don't trade options. But, hmm, give me 25. Okay, guys. I don't hear Dan yet, so I guess he just started the. You had it at that link a lot earlier than he normally does. WMG instant drop on no news that you can see. Yeah, no kidding. WMG Warner. Well, I wonder. Is it off again? Well, Paramount's buying them, right? Is it off? Wouldn't that be something if the deal is called off? I mean, it's not. It would have to really start dropping. But look at this. I mean, it's been dropping from for the last few days. I don't know what. Oh, excuse me, excuse me. You are right. It's Warner Brothers. Yeah, I not Warner Music. Well, okay. So never mind. But look at the pop. 27.32. I did you take it? You know what? I know Sophie is tempting me again, but I'm just not. Maybe later on in the day, maybe in the afternoon, if it really starts to want to move down. I'm talking about the SOFI. Nothing really shaking for me from the AI today, guys. Certainly not on the reentry. I know that NTLA is giving a little bit. If you did take it at 12.24, it's at 12.06 now, but I just didn't like it enough for me to take it. I mean, the RDZN, I suppose later on in the day, possibly, but what's the high in the month right there? That is 184. So, that could block it. Okay. So now for me on the KAN, next thing to do, put a price alert at the high up here, 25. Okay. And see if it takes it out later on. Because again, traders are looking at this. What happened yesterday got up to 29.66. Not saying if it takes out that high, it's going to hit that, but especially if it happens later on in the day, there's a nice little pullback perhaps. But the volume has to, the volume. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, that's what thrusts it up. I mean, it's sort of somewhat obvious, but look at the volume bar right there on the 2-minute chart, corresponding to that big thrust. Now the volume is starting to drop a bit, and now hence the stock is moving down a bit. All right, guys. Well, 10 to 12 now, so he hasn't started the stream yet. Boy, look at this wave here, the TI wave on the MXL. That's a very, very nice one on the 2-minute chart. Only one little penetration down here. Other than that, very straight up. Um, the bottom of the bar is still hugging the top of the wave. That's what you want to see, in my opinion. So how I use the wave, if I've been in this trade right here, if I, for some reason, I decided I wanted to take this trade right here, then I just follow the wave. I just keep on that move right there. When it's hard to see if it's blue on blue. Actually, you know what? I don't know why that's happened. Give me a moment. I'm going to reduce the opacity in here, opacity, so I can see inside it. So that's what I was talking about. On that move right there, where it kind of penetrated into the wave, absolutely, I would have taken some off, okay, but not everything. And then just sort of follow the wave till it turns. So at this point, I'd be still in it, until you get until you get that transition to orange. Oh, you're doing it too early for me. Look at the AKAN. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But boy, does this ever. Did I say obesity? I know I said obesity, but you've got nothing else to do, I guess, just to make fun of me. Wow. Santa Maria. That's all I can say. Jeez. I'm going to save my layout right now. There's your big news. Well, news, but today convened and subsequently adjourned its special meeting of shareholders without transacting any business due to the absence of a quorum. Okay. So not a lot of interest in that meeting. It didn't really matter for AKAN. Canadian Pacific. Yeah, Canadian Pacific, one of the big railways in Canada, CME and Canadian Pacific. Earnings play. Yeah, an earnings play. Okay. Maybe bounce. Let's see. Um, the next, well, I don't know, William, the next low looking left is 82.53. So it has still room on the daily chart to keep moving down. Let's see if it can take out that whole number. Okay, guys, Dan is not talking yet, but what I want to do, he usually starts around 5:02. So what I'm going to do now is get my announcement in. On a break, yes. By dropping on news. Yeah, it is dropping for sure. Okay, I'm just waiting for Dan to start. Uncle T. Oh. I will not lift the naval blockade without a deal that includes a nuclear program. Well, okay, that was the. Yep, William. Okay, guys, I am just waiting for Dan to start, and then I'll take my break. Still looking like this, okay? So he hasn't started yet. Meanwhile, RDAC is halted on the way down, okay? Let's take a look at XLE. You're saying there goes oil. So let's take a look at the sector, the ETF. And yep, there's a little move for XLE. If I change the stock prices in the price alerts or delete stocks, you mean if I took this one and I decided to change the price range or something I'm looking at? So here I'm looking at in this one I'm looking at stock between $2 and $50 as an example. Is that what you're talking about? If you I don't know what you mean by delete stocks. You can't delete stocks, and I mean you can do a clear. Look at AKAN. I see. I see. You mean a price alert? You don't have to do anything. No. So what you're talking about is this. So if I delete stocks, or you don't have to do anything. You don't have to save the entire layout. No. So if I do this, they're gone. That's all. If that's what you mean. And as Pepe says, no, they live server side. Okay, so you don't have to do anything to your layout. Oh, look at AKAN, man. And there's Sophie. Well, Sophie is now moving with the well, you have to if you change, I mean, not just your price alerts, but if you make changes, you have to save your layout. Yes, at the very least, if you say file exit, it's going to ask you, do you want, and it's going to say yes or no. Do you want to save? Do you want this layout to load the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, all your changes. I'm looking at all your changes will be saved. Okay. Dan's a little bit late. And it just got halted. AKAN just got halted. So where could it open? Okay, guys, you know what? I'm going to take my break now, regardless of Dan starting. Okay, so I'm going to take my break now. So muting myself now in both rooms. Okay, remember now, and the YouTubers, Dan does not take over my stream. The link above for his YouTube stream. He hasn't started yet, I guess, but so I'm muting myself now on YouTube. that is, so for YouTubers, I just put the link in for Dan. Okay, I don't know, the first link wasn't working, so that's the link to listen to Dan. Okay, for YouTubers, and then again, that's the link. I just put Pepe just put the link in. Okay, so it's the new one. Okay, guys, we'll see you in about an hour. Barry Anderson for Trade Ideas with today's edition of What Makes This Trade Great? Well, guys, this is AKAN, which is really trading completely on its own. So what do I mean by that? So if I look back here, let's take a look at a daily, and it's halted right now. Look at a daily chart. Okay. So you can see this day, a few days ago, had a massive spike. Well, all the cannabis plays had that spike. The US government talking about changing the categorization, I guess, of cannabis. So that all the cannabis plays had this sort of spike. But this one, if you look at the rest of the cannabis plays, they've basically stopped. In fact, some of them have moved down. This one has a mind of its own and it's keep moving higher and higher and higher. And so this is really, really just trading on its own. Very low float. I'm going to be watching this later on in the day, see if it takes out the high of yesterday. It could keep going. So a lot of us traded this one today. Just a massive move. The okay. I swear that I put the mic on, but maybe not. Okay, guys. So I'm should be good to go in YouTube right now. Pre-market actors up and down. That's what I use. Guess when? In the pre-market. Pulse resumes over here. I have four other scans that I'm currently sharing: a momentum scan, a gap scanner, the Pepe combo scan, and I have this one up and running. So these three I don't have up and running, but I do have the up down 25 cents. We call it the Williams scan. Okay, I have that one up and running. So if you have any questions about the scans, information that I'm currently sharing, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. And I'm assuming Dan is done. And I'm sure everybody asked him, okay, Dan, when can we get the buy and sell flags on our personal scans? And also, when can we get alerts when something enters the long-term holly? And Pepe, you asked him, and what did he say? Soon? Never? Under advisement? Because he listens. Well, he listens to you in terms of, I'm sure he'll respond to a post. No, he knows, and it's working on it. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I guess that's better that he knows and it's never going to happen. I guess it's better than saying that, but well, I wish he would say that. I wish he would say that if it's not going to happen. I mean, there's might upset a few people, but it's not. Yeah, it's not a hard no, not like a hard stop. I'm sure he talked about the money machine a lot more. Ah, good one. You should have. You should have. Okay, guys. Etsy, how's Etsy doing? This is an earnings play. V. So this could be a shortable one. Look at this. I mean, it got right into the VWAP. Okay. I mean, it's a positive earnings play. It's still up for the day, but it had a pretty steep drop at the 67. Well, not that steep, I guess. It looks worse. And then it got right into the VWAP, and that seems to have stalled it. So let's take a look. 68.35, 68.44 bid ask. The VWAP is at 68.62. Why not? All right. See, a little short on this one. See if and the VWAP gets me out of it. And that's for the Etsy. I mentioned this one earlier in the day. This is another one, though. I mean, they're just not smooth. I mean, I guess if you look at a 15-minute chart, it's a little more smooth, but you know, Smooth would be on a 2-minute chart. It's basically, it doesn't have to be rocket ship up, but just kind of steadily moving higher and higher without this. Okay, I haven't seen too many like that. And that's the Cocoa earnings play. I mean, this one would have worked out okay. The NTLA on a from our AI on a reentry, it would have worked out okay. I just didn't like it though because I thought too many things were too close. The whole number, and then looking left on the daily and the weekly chart looked like to me anyway there could be some resistance. So didn't take it, but it is moving down a bit. NTLA, this HYPR is an absolutely nothing. In fact, look at this. Look at this volume coming in on the way down. Well, guys, I'm not seeing too many more questions. I may put myself on mute. I'm just not probably going to have a lot of. I mean, these sort of stocks can move because they don't care that much about what's going to happen at 2 o'clock with the FOMC minutes, but I'm just not feeling it right now. So maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just put an announcement up here. I'll be on mute and I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question. Otherwise, I'll just stay on mute. If I have something to say, I'll be back on, of course. But okay, guys, so I'll mute myself now. There's my message on mute. I will get back on the mic if there's a question. All right, I see your question about a breakout scan, and no, you're not going to have to pay. I mean, it depends what you're looking for. I mean, when you say a breakout scan, I can, yeah, well, so Alan, the thing is, okay, number one, you should not have 16 top lists, 8 gainers, 8 losers to find MXL, okay? You might have, now, MXL, let's take a look at MXL. See, MXL, okay, the relative volume is good, okay? So that's good. And it depends what you're talking about when you say a breakout. Are you talking about the fact that it broke out down here and it kept going? I mean, that's just a matter of, looking at consecutive days, perhaps, of stocks being up. But, even then, it doesn't mean that it's going to do this, okay? I can create a scan that's going to show this, but it doesn't mean that the rest of the type of stocks that come through this at the beginning are going to keep going like a big week and then this week, okay? That's the problem. A breakout scan is, first of all, this was an earnings play a few days ago. Okay, so number one, that should be your clue. It was an earnings play and it broke out on earnings. So any sort of any scan that has earnings related, like earnings plays, okay, earnings plays up, then at least you know that it's happened, okay? I can give you that, but I mean, it's not necessarily going to mean that, okay, the next day and the next day and the next day, and it did this. Well, okay, there's a consolidation. We have a consolidation filter that can show stocks that are kind of in a relatively tight consolidation pattern. And you can look back a few days and it's always going to look back previous days. And so then on one day, maybe it's breaking out of the consolidation. Doesn't mean it's going to do this though. Okay. It doesn't absolutely mean, it just means that if you want to find stocks that are kind of breaking out of consolidation, it's relatively simple to do because we have a consolidation filter. So in other words, it'll look like, consolidation. Okay. So consolidation, how many days? No, it's not in the channel. I mean, I can, but this is the filter that you can try. I mean, I can create something, but I just want to warn you that it doesn't necessarily mean that, this is going to be the action. I mean, it just means that a stock has been consolidating for a specific number of days. And we have to define what the consolidation is. Like maybe put a max range percentage, like a max range. And then today, because then the stock's been consolidating within a certain range. And then today, if you're using it, maybe making a big relative volume day and a break out of the consolidation. There is not a consolidation channel. No, I've never tried this because I'll be honest. I tried this a long time ago. So for instance, let's just try to build one. Come on. So top list window, okay? Let's just see what happens if we create a new top list window. Okay, I'm going to start from scratch. Come on. Okay, you know what? I'm going to try something else. Let's create a price range, though. Yeah, minimum volume. Okay, we'll have a minimum volume at least. I won't have the 2% from yesterday's close up. Now, consolidation. I'm just want to see what we get for consolidation. And let's go a minimum of, we'll call it 5 days. I just want to see what it's going to look like. Okay, so you can see the consolidation for TURB as, as an example. This is what we're calling consolidation. Some consolidation here. Now it depends what if you're looking for, but the MXL, it wasn't like it was low, low, low. Well, this is a buyout. This is when you see something like this, so this is a buyout. I'm just trying to look to see what some of these look like. I mean, if you shrink these down a little bit, it's going to look, I mean, this is sort of consolidation. Okay, do you see what I'm? This is like 5 days of a pretty tight range, 818, 717 to $8. Okay. The consolidation. So this is just showing you stocks that are in consolidation. Kind of consolidate. Well, 5 days. Okay, now you can extend it longer. I'm just trying. I'm just looking now. Depends on the price range you want. What price range would you want? Consolidation for Anna. Okay, so let's start to build. Now, you know what I'll do? I mean, it's possible. I doubt it, but it's possible. Okay, so I've asked the other traders if they've ever done anything like that. So, okay, now we've got 10 and 40. Okay, so now that list will go down a little bit. Now, the other thing I should do. Come on. This should tell me how many days. Okay, so now this is telling me how many days of consolidation. Okay, so if I sort on it, this is going to tell me like 20 days of consolidation as an example. I've just sort of, let's see what it looks like. Okay, let's see what it looks like. And well, you can see, I mean, you're going to see some of these that look like this because these are buyouts. Okay, so you obviously don't care about that. TWO could be a buyout also because that's a lot of consolidation, 18 days. This is considered now. So here's kind of one. Okay, it kind of broke out today because it's an earnings play. TWO. This is an earnings play. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going tomorrow. But you're not going to see it before the breakout. Okay, it's going to because it's looking back the previous days. It's not taking today. But right now, you could say to yourself, okay, I want to start watching TWO. Maybe this is the beginning of the breakout. Okay, as an example. CWAN. So you could do something like this. If you thought, okay, I'm going to watch, I don't want to stare at CWN, but what if I put a price alert, over 20, like 24.50 or something, which would mean that, maybe it's breaking out of this area. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, it's not easy. I know what you're trying to do, but here's PDI. Obviously it's consolidating. Now, the other thing you could do is instead of the top list will show you stocks that are in consolidation, not today, but the previous days. Okay. So you could take this and create an alert window out of it because what it's doing, it's looking at the previous days having to be in consolidation. And then maybe today it is breaking out. So let me turn this into an alert window, just out of curiosity. And if anybody out there has got something that they use for consolidation, by all means. We don't have a sector scan though, okay? Not like that. So here's PBR as an example. I mean, is it looking, I mean, to define consolidation, I mean, on 5 days, the high of 2150, 2087 or so. Now it's a little bit of a breakout now. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't you know what? Maybe what you can do, I mean, off the top of my head, I've never even tried to do that, but you might want to go info@trade-ideas.com. No, you're not going to pay for it. If somebody has something that maybe they've used in the past, okay? Info@trade-ideas.com, and just say, hey guys, anybody have something might use for a consolidation breakout? Okay. I obviously don't have anything. I mean, they could use the consolidation filter. At least with the top list, it's going to show you stocks that are consolidating in the previous days. I mean, this is a consolidation. Ah, 2:00. What happened? Forgot to. Okay, so what this was 2:00 right here. So you had the FOMC minutes. So market is being driven down just a little bit. So that might be, Alan, that might be your best bet. Okay. Just send something into info@trade-ideas.com and say, does anybody have a consolidation, kind of what they might consider a breakout consolidation scan? Okay. I just don't have anything. I mean, this top list will definitely show you stocks that are in theory in consolidation. And maybe today they have broken out a little bit. No, the PDO obviously not, because it's looking back the previous days. Today could be the breakout. Could be. So, I mean, I can give you this. I mean, I don't know if you want to take a look at it. And better rename this. Just going to call it consolidation, okay? And so you can take a look at this and maybe adjust it, but every day take a look at what is showing up. Okay, what's showing up, and then see if today is actually a day in which it's starting to break out, because it's looking back in time, the previous days. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You look at Hood, of course. I mean, look at BE. I mean, this morning I looked at BE. I could not believe the price of BE. I couldn't believe it. Look at BE for months and months and months and months and months and months and months, and then it broke out kind of here, and then it just started. Does it? But what are you going to do? You know. I mean, I'm still stunned by this one. I mean, this was basically a $10 stock for a long time. But the fact that it started to break out here, of course, did not mean it was going to keep doing this. And like you said, this could have, on individual months, there could have been some big pullbacks that, unless you have a very, very wide stop and you have some kind of a feeling that this stock is going to, move $200 on you. There you go. All right, guys. So if there are no more questions, I think I shall take off. Sorry, really couldn't, I don't have anything canned for you. And it's not a matter of paying somebody at Trade Ideas to do it for you. Okay. If somebody at Trade Ideas, I would go info@trade-ideas.com, send in an email, and just see if anybody has something that they have done in the past. Okay. So here's Andy. So Chris says, I can try to build something if you give me something to go on. So, okay, Alan. So I'm just looking at Chris says, doesn't have anything. Let's take a look at what Andy had here. He put in a top list window. Let's see what it looks like. Bull flag intraday. I think this is more intraday. I mean, you could take a look at this. This is what Andy gave to me, but it may not, again, it may not be what you're looking for, but you can take a look at it. But Chris says, if you give him an idea, like a price range and things like that, you can try to build one for you. Okay. Okay, guys, that is it for me. So I'm going to put now. In fact, I forgot. I have to shut the room down now. Okay. So I'm going to shut the room down now. I'm taking off. Obi is not going to keep the room open after I leave. So the room will open. The main room will open at around 6:45 tomorrow a.m. tomorrow. And William, I know you're not going to keep the room open, so I'm going to shut the room down now. So the main room will be open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi will do that. I'll get on the mic for both rooms around 9:15. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. So I'm going to end the YouTube stream.